Hello everyone. Yeah, gonna be blasting some maps today. It's gonna be my map of today's choice is Sanctuary. I'm taking a break from Abyss farming for a day. Oh no. That hurts. Hello Betsy, how are you doing? Not back to SSF yet? That's at least something. Healthy sleep is always important. Didn't mean to reroll that one. You can do it, Betsy, I believe. Patience is in your blood. Oh no. Morning, Lurch. How are you doing, buddy? Well, let's check the maps we have. That's a run. That's a run. That's a run. That's a giga run. Just goes on, we only get currency maps, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Hey, Tectini. The issue is that on the earlier versions of the build, you do not have the damage if you swap off the Warden. You can just take the PoE how it is and swap from a Warden to a Trickster, and you will lose all your damage because all your crit chance and all your damage is in the tinctures. Only once you have damage solved with gear, things like the Instack Wand or Simplex Amulet, Trickster becomes a lot more interesting. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can make it work earlier with getting crit chance with Watchers, getting your crit cap, scaling power charges. But for my PoBing, it just didn't look good to go Trickster early. I can take a quick glance at it, sure. You take 100 Scarab with any currency. Glad you're having fun with the Trickster, with the Kinetic Blaster. Nice. Ooh, that's a good map. Ooh, that's a nice one too. Oh, we take that. Take this one, we take that one. Almost all rolled. What do you mean with necklace? Oh, I shouldn't. Thank you, I appreciate the follow. I take a look in a moment. Let me just finish rolling these maps. Actually, that's a giga smart. Making an AFK farmer while profit crafting. Come on, your last map. Just roll. Yeah, we take that. Ah, this is volatiles. We don't take that. Alright. Then next we need the scarabs. SEC Prian, how are you doing, buddy? Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what your goals are, right? If your goals are to make as much currency as needed to make crazy builds like mine, well, you take angles like that. Okay, so fragments. We want horde, lineage, risk, and bloodlines. How many maps do I have? 29. Bloodlines. How many can I get? Oof. That's expensive. For 5 diff I can get 23. Okay. How much chaos would that be? I'm okay with that. Those in. I have to spare Seer. And it's mapping time. Alright. So, here's the thing. If you drop these tinctures, you lose all your damage. Yeah, of course. This is what I meant. Everybody has the different approaches, SK. If you have Nemus, I would no longer use Fury Revolve. That is, it's okay to upgrade out of Fury Revolve, but then you want Awakened GMP, so you have the projectiles. That is one thing I would swap. That helps with coverage. You can try to swap to a Trickster if you don't mind the leveling. I mean, you would still have to build. You could still fall back. But you could just make a Trickster, get the gear over, see how it feels. But I heavily worry that what's gonna happen is that you will lack the damage. And the items are good, but you will likely just fall off in the DPS because you lose the pen, you lose the percent damage, you lose a lot of percent damage with this tincture, and you lose all your crit chance with this one. Alright everyone. Today I got not per se a new tech because it has been figured out and everything, but have you seen it on an instacker before? We got Coiling Whisper, meaning we got Soul-Eater on the build now. Permanently. While we still have close to 2k ES. Int, not ES. I spent all my currency yesterday on that. We went all the way back down to being poor. Yep. So what we are doing is we have a Temple Chains cast on attack when we have Hex Touch on our Shield Charge. So when we Shield Charge into an enemy, we apply Temporal Chains with a 0.05 duration, meaning it immediately disappears again, but this triggers Coiling Whisper, and we get a Soul-Eater stack. So you can see the Soul-Eater here, that whenever I hit something, I immediately go up again. I can also, if there's nothing I can hit in melee range for some reason, I also have in a second curse, which I still use to also open chests with the caster mastery as an alternative to trigger it. But yeah, at 13 I dash into things, it's immediately full again. It is so good. I did lose a good amount of intelligence for this. Like, I could have been at 2-1, I think. But it's so much attack speed. My KB is in 0.1. It was so much, I needed Leech again, just to be able to keep up with the mana cost of my attack. If I didn't have the unique ring, the Helical is still good on everything but the Fracture. We would have used we would have used Calendar Touch, and we would have had Crit Multi instead of the Curse. Then we would just have stacked Intelligence. I just wanted to try out this tech, because that is... it felt just cool. Like, I have not seen instackers do that yet. At least not Kinetic Blast instackers. The finicky thing is that we need specifically, in my case, attempt chains with 3 quality. Because you need the duration to be not a 0, but as low as possible. What is happening? But yeah, once we have it, it's just... Hey, one pinch. We do have quite a good amount of attack speed now. We have so much power from the flask, from the Soul Eater and the Mage, but we don't even need a Headhunter anymore. We have all our temporary power basically permanently now. I forgot the daily orbs. Oh no, I forgot the daily orbs. And also I think I should be swapping influence. On this, I don't think we want Eater. We want Exarch not. Yep, we are using Coiling Whisper with a fractured helical ring that is also reflected to have negative curse duration, but positive all attributes and intelligence. I spent all my currency on this yesterday. I never used so much currency on a craft before. I was panicking. What is the cheapest daily orb? Do we just use currency? How do currency go for? How much more expensive is currency than, let's say... If you can't afford Awakened GMP, use a Greater Volley. I don't think this farm is as good as Abyss right now, but it is a lot faster and fun. Arguably, I should just re-add Blight on top of this. Blight is a massive currency gain, but it does take some time. I remember at the start of the league, I did these maps, and it took me ages, and I was so careful when going through them, and here I am now, returned, all powerful, and just zooming through. This is like a victory lap. Only 1.9k. There are still some upgrades I need to do if I want more. The goal today is to farm up as much currency as possible. By taking a break from Abysses. Doing something fast-paced. I just leveled as Power Siphon Mines. But with Trink Gear. This is a Kinetic Blast Trickster using Pointing Whisper to have permanent Soul-Eater. You will feel pain! Oh, it feels so good! Just standing there, standing still and attacking now. Nameless here? Soul Tether? Yes, this build can do all map mods. That's what it's made for. I am not checking for anything. The only mod that is annoying is less defenses. If you roll less defenses, you need to be a bit more careful in the map. Yep. Here, caster mastery for a 4-pointer. Very efficient. Only thing that is annoying is volatile cost. So actually I haven't even tested. Maybe I can just survive volatiles now. I have 17k ES. I am casting Enfeeble to open chests. Also, Bapo, I appreciate the follow. Sorry, I was occupied with the map. Yeah, and full on Soul-Eater, and now we're just zooming through. Beyond here. This can even do Breach now. I'm even able to do the Breach, Breach Beyond now. With absolute ease. I am using my curse because it doubles as stacking up my Soul-Eater. It's not as fast as Mana Blast or Unearth, but it has a double functionality. My budget at this point is beyond 2k Divines. I have went incredibly insane on the budget. This ring alone is 2 mirrors. Which I've made yesterday. You can check my PoE Ninja profile. The character name is Cyclone. did manage with this character to also secure my name after 3 years of trying. I'm still very happy with that. If you craft stuff yourself, it's not that expensive, but prices do have varied quite a bit. I can go over the gear in a moment to show what is expensive, what isn't. I need to swap influence before I forget again. I mean, I started with a 15 divine budget on a 1, and I worked my way up here with self-farming everything. The only thing that I didn't make myself was the mirror weapon, which I mirrored, obviously, and the body armor, which I got from a buddy that he crafted that was slightly better than mine. Everything else... Actually, no, I lied. I did buy the simplex, because crafting it was not worth it. The margins were destroyed. So much damage. Where are you going? Why are you running? I'm so happy I went for the Soul Eater variant. I did lose a little bit of int from it because I'm not using a Calandra's Touch anymore, but it feels so good. And I made a crazy item. The Soul Eater ring, I will explain in a moment. I'm gonna make a video about it. I did record the important steps. It's really annoying to make. How good is... Maybe I need to re-add Blight on it. I'm gonna see how it feels and how fast it is. With Blight is the time it takes. Those maps are pretty quick. Alright, so the issue is the following. We need to get Fractured. Curse skills have increased skill effect duration on this. The issue on this is that increased curse duration is a delve only mod. So we need to recomp the delve only mod onto a heist only base. Then we need to fracture it on the heist only base. Need to get the other mods. And then we need to hit the reflecting mist. The whole process is incredibly expensive. Because we need to either get lucky or use locks. Nah, they're not very good. Yeah, I used up 4 locks making this item. Which, for me, that never has used locks before, that normally stops making an item, that never crafts an item if it costs more than 100 div to make it. For me, that was an incredibly feat. I hit the fracture in 3, and I hit my reflecting mist on the first one. So I got incredibly lucky. I expected a minimum of 8 locks being used on this. Managing it at half amount of the time saved me from going bankrupt. So, this build, I mean, it's an instacker, right? So we are using the Soul Needle from the Echo Mirror shop. We are using a simplex that isn't quite perfect yet. I haven't perfectly divined it. And we are using a Mage Blood because flasks. Using the Helica Ring with the reduced effect duration with Coiling Whisper instead of using a Kalandar's Touch. I actually don't know the odds on the mist. I just went for it because I really wanted to make this item. Then we're using a Bound by Destiny. Where was it? There, we use a Bound by Destiny for increase int, so we need 2 Crusader items. It used to be my Helical, now it is the shield, which means the shield right now is not in a good state. I'm fully aware of this. This needs to be better. So we're using a Crusader Influence just in Energy Shield. We're using a Melding, which sets me to 85 always right now. I'm trying to push the last 5 still. When I recraft my helmet, my body armor, I might get the last 5 from that. We have a Watchers with Energy Shield on hit and percentage crit chance. This Watchers and high voltage is what allows us to still utilize crit. We are not investing more into crit because of the crit reduced crit damage taken maps. And then I did made conversion gloves, which I no longer will need. I'm gonna need to remake the gloves for damage per int and pen so that I can get my helmet recrafted and get the high int intelligence reservation on the helmet. And we are using, right now I'm only using 2 clusters, but if eventually I want a third increase effect cluster here, or I use a Light of Meaning here, I haven't decided yet. But I can only do that once the Storm Shroud is CB immune, so I can drop this CB immune jewel instead. And that's the build so far. Yeah, I'm thinking of Abyss on boots. I'm thinking of maybe an Abyss on gloves, but I don't know. Maybe I drop Steel Skin Automation to fit that in. Ooh, there's gotta be a juicy one. What do you mean, how? I have Coiling Whisper. That's how I get Sulita. Alright. Alright, there was a little bit more purple I could have taken. I forgot to swap again. That's on me. This could have been such a good map if I didn't forgot to swap to Ether packs. Build feels so incredibly powerful now. I'm coming all the way from literally making this on scraps. And now being able to just destroy maps like this feels so good. I am having such a blast with the build. And it's not just, oh hey, I farmed up 5 mirrors with a different build or with trading, and now I have this broken build and I'm just destroying these maps. I worked for this. Hey, what the heck? Lady. There we go. I might die here. Yeah. I couldn't leech through. Alright, before I forget again. Yeah, I 100% agree. Headhunter is the... Oh no. I juiced the boss too hard. I had a Headhunter the entire time till 2 days ago. I only swapped to a Mage Blood on a Trickster at the later stage with the Trickster. On the entirety of my Warden, I had a Headhunter. Because we needed the temporary power to do these maps, to deal with risk mapping. But at this point, my build is so strong, I don't need to care about the Headhunter buffs anymore. This is the Wildwood, okay, MD? We are only having issues because of the Wildwood. Infamous Fallen Revenant, and he doesn't not have... No! I was hoping for the Inspiring Call. Look at this, he having 6 links here. Fancy, dude. Was this a currency conversion mob? "70 Divines of a Blueprint." Holy. Insane. I'm a really big fan of Beast farming this league and Harbinger farming. Both are still incredibly lucrative. What the... By the way, I'm so sorry, but this playlist is not what I was looking for. I was looking for some classic old school EDM. Not some mainstream stuff. Nope. I take too much damage from the things with the juice. Alright, now for real with the maps. Exarch, I think, go 1 Divine for 3. Charging up Sulita, and we zoom. Sentinel? Which one? Red one? Sure. We can take that downside. Holy, maybe it's time to just farm safe houses like a madman. Don't even have to be 8 mod for Harbinger. Wait, what? 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 I can die to this dude still? Yo, that's not how it's supposed to work. I'm not supposed to die there. Does that actually work? I thought that is limited. Like, there are so many people in there that you need to wait like a day or two to get that. MD, I had an alternative idea for a speedrunner. Leap Slam with the Coiling Whisper and Self Chill. Yeah, you have some sort of totems to do your damage or something, I don't know. Yeah, but shouldn't that also work again now, even better? Because you can have Perma Soul Eater when you Leap Slam through maps now? That's fair enough.
Time waits for no one. Try it, fool. Take it already.
it pretty much can work for anything. You use your movement skill with Hex Touch, and you apply a curse that has minimum amount of duration. So mine is 0.05. And that is enough to keep it up. Like, you need to leap slam twice on a unique enemy or shield charge twice into a unique enemy and it's full again. Yeah, I get what you mean. Oh, visual D's 0. Oh, cool. Was that Steely Boss? What I do is I throw 20 Ancient Orbs per league on belts. After that I stop, so that in this league I'm not actually burning through currency. But eventually I have to hit. And in some league I will hit in 20 Ancient Orbs my belt. I will not. You should use it on the Viridians, not on the Kobolds. Best of luck, it's okay. Nope. Unnatural Instinct, Storm Shroud are all Viridian. The green one. Yeah, that makes more sense. That's makes good, a lot of sense. I should also use my my Mythic Orbs on those. Oh, we're getting another Wildwood. Is there gonna be something here? A lot of path, but... Okay, there's an encounter here. Okay, and the encounter was here. Oh, cool, we hit all encounters. Nice. Minus 50 death, that hurts. That hurts a ton. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. So I don't think I'm gonna be killing the boss on this map. But we hit Giga Juice. 7.4 and 4.6. But I have to see how the map happens first. The enemies... Like, this is Affliction League now. Actually respecting stuff now. Somewhat, at least. How much currency is this? 350. This map should shit out a few divines at least. Everybody got mirrors in Affliction but me. I see how it is. Absurdity. Said that I didn't got any yellow wisps. I got one after 1 month of playing. I've blasted like crazy, I only got one. Where's my loot on this map? How have I not seen anything yet? What is going on here? Man, imagine Affliction was introduced in a league where we had T17s. How absurd would have that been? I don't think anybody would have been able to complete their maps that league.
Your body is a candle. Choice after all. Now, remain calm. Your head stronger than you look. Very well.
That is true. When the entire screen was filled with conversion loot, that was hilarious. I'm heavily disappointed in this map. What the heck is this? Not a single tink in a 4.6k blue juice? That feels so BS. Where are my tinks game? You're scamming me. Like, what the actual? Map was like, best I can do is 4 chaos. Or 36 chaos. Rip. The maps feel satisfying to play, but not rewarding in loot. I might need to adjust them a bit. Do I need to add Blight back in, is the question. I think I have to. How many points do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Maybe. I need something that drops loot. I go 1, 4. But not having shrines feels also pretty bad. The shrines do add quite a good amount of enemies in. Hmm. Three. I need those. Mercenary actually died there. Huh. Eight. That's 10. It's 13. Alright, we're gonna try this one. Oh no, MD. Why would you do that? Alright, I'm gonna try this. Maybe I'm approaching this wrong. Maybe I should just go all in on blind, but I wanted a fast map. But the maps themselves felt empty. Despite being rolled well and everything. Comparing them to the Abyss maps, which are slow paced, but they didn't felt empty. They always felt like I got loot out of them. Got a good build there, buddy. That's nice.
Clock's ticking. One shot, that's all I need. That's what I get for losing. It's yours.
Honestly, I should just do the blight. Where did those come from? What the heck? Where's my loot? Why do these maps feel so empty? Well, I guess I'm stuck Abyss farming. I'm gonna run a couple more, and if they all feel not great at all, I'm just gonna go back to Abysses. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing the wrong approach here. What is going wrong? What is going on? Loot's not there.
Impressive, but futile.
Does not feel good at all. Wanna try two more? If they don't convince me, we're swapping back to Abyss. What did you get? Can't assume what it is. I'm checking in a moment. Hold modifiers, flat fire, flat lightning, crit multi, prot speed, 6 link. I expected a dot quiver, dot bow. Arted, what do you mean has a IT skin? It skin? This blight felt so unrewarding, what the heck? Yeah, I'm swapping back to Abyss, screw that. Abyss gave at least consistent loot. If you get that early into the league, I would just sell it. And stick in highs. Like, do that 2 more times and you have your Mage Blood day 1.
Where we back? Well, what will it be then? Start running! Okay. You're that desperate. Have it.
It does feel pretty good. It just... Unless there is some... really... juiced up stuff, it just bursts through the enemies.
Impressive, but futile.
Oh, okay. Actually wants to make me try some Ubers. See how those go. Maybe I do some Ubers tomorrow for my update video on Monday. Alright, screw this. This does not feel good. We are going back to Abyss. Um, trying to do natural pack size juicing. So Ether, altars, shrines, daily maps, just with a bunch of enemies. You the funnel isn't there. They just don't drop. There are not enough enemies like Breach, but they also not have things like the Fortress boxes or Abyss. So it just does not compete with doing Breach or Abyss juicing. And Blind Invigoration, I feel like you only want to do if you have a rarity on your gear, so that you can farm both uniques and loot at the same time. So we're not doing Invigoration farming either, because I have 0 rarity on this. To get rarity, I would need to pretty much... I have 30 here, I could maybe get some rarity on the helmet, but that's about it. I just don't have access to rarity on this build. So instead we do Abyss farming. And I'm just gonna run the sanctuaries I rolled. Oh right, this reminds me I should do my King's March. I should be in King's March and check up on that. But what does feel good is the speed of my character now. Sulita was such a good pickup. I'm very happy that I tried this variant. Didn't... I mean, we saw that happen quite a bit on Settlers League. Aero got a lock from the mappers. The combination of Wine of the Prophet, Mageblood, and Sulita is very powerful. I have so much power from these items now. Yeah, it does say that. Why? So it only counts the 4 most left magic flasks. If I have a unique flask in any of these spots, it skips that spot in counting. Give me a different example. Let's say I could have, it says 2, so I could have flask, tincture, unique flask, magic flask, and it would count the first and the last as the 2 flask gets permanent active. The leftmost is just because that is the coding how it's written, that is how it checks. That's the order. Yo, Wanderlust!
Your skin. I eagerly await your decision. Now, remain calm. Very well. It's yours.
Dang. Guess I'm not keeping my XP. Alright, have a good rest, buddy. Sometimes you just have an unlucky face. Happens. The champion used Corrupting Fever for single target. Is this correct, Nick? The glove craft is pretty straightforward. I've shown the entire recipe on the video, and I done the glove step by step. In that case, the single target is limited. You're limited by your corrupted blood, which you have a limited amount of you can apply. So only really way you can scale is by gem level of your corrupting fever gem. But then you increase the cost too much. So I don't think the champion version can fix it single target like the elemental version can. That's the Scarab map, you can feel that. Yeah, 247 Scarab. I'm thinking, if I have a good weekend and I farm up a lot of currency, I'm gonna be spending the entirety of my Monday stream in my hideout, and the challenge is to see how much currency I can make just profit crafting for 7 hours of that I will stream. I think it could be an interesting stream. Only allowed to do profit craft and Faustus flips. The champion version focuses on clear and on survivability. So it sacrifices the limited single target it can do. That is the downside of the champion variant. Yeah, Empyrean's version is insane. Almost having 3k intelligence. The only issue I have with MP's version is that while it has a lot of int, the actual EHP of the build isn't that great. Because it's just energy shield that it has as survivability. So it's just a max it. There's no mitigation, no evasion, no defense layers on top of that. Well, at this point with this build, I paid for one portal. I paid premium, so I only need one portal. Ziggurat is better for Abyss. It's easier to run, easier to find. I need to sleep more. Yo, what? Okay. So, what we learned today, volatiles are always annoying. Doesn't matter how much ES you have. I am big fan of 1. I am a really big fan of 1 because it has all the damage. And you don't need Chain, Tailwind, or the additional projectiles. You can use the 1 version, make it from scratch, very cheap to start. 15 diff is all I needed to make a version that can blast P16s, normal ones with ease. And then farmed up the Headhunter. From there we were able to blast P16.5s. Not with ease, but we were able to blast them. And shortly after we had Nemesis, and we had a version that could blast T17s with absolute ease. And from there I just invested at that point for the fun of it, because I wanted to push the build further. But I basically went the entire process on this build. I started with a 15 diff Ranger, 15 diff 1, and pushed it all the way to 2k divides or something.
Approach, challenger.
Make your choice. And be quick about tiny fool.
When Maven says mortal flesh is so fallible, does that imply that her flesh is not mortal? Yo, enlighten. We can level that. That's the third divine of this map. Ah, okay. I found currency. Fusion, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Ow. Yo, what is that AoE? I couldn't damage her. Huh? What happened there? What the heck? Okay, boss a bit tanky. What do we even give him? So they avoid Iron, so we have no chance of shocking. They have life, and life is... We ignore the block. I don't know why this boss is so tanky, actually. Did we not pick up the... No. No idea why it's so tanky. Alright, one last attempt on the boss. A lot of stuff going on and overlapping there. Oh, we got there in the end. I'll be right back. Need to check downstairs on my grandparents. I've returned. I need some different music. Something with oomph.
Well, pain's a kayak's specialty. Fine, just take it.
Oh, we had a chink. First divine of the map. I don't know why those random div drops could not have happened on the other map. We did 10 maps and we gotten like 2 div on those 10 maps. They felt so horrible. We had Abyss and we keep getting instantly things. Also Sacred Orbs. We're now sitting at 23 Sacred Orbs.
Approach, challenger.
Good map already. So much loot. Abyss maps feel a little bit too good. I'm pretty sure it's gonna get triple nuked next league. They're gonna remove the hordes, they're gonna remove the risk scarab, and they're gonna remove they make Abyss less loot heavy. I can see it already coming. They're not gonna remove mechanics MD. Just not gonna happen. If they remove the caster mastery, that is gonna be an issue in a different direction. Because this, if that is still meta, without the caster mastery, all it's gonna result is people will still run it, but it's gonna be absolute pain. And it's still gonna be better than anything else. Hello Rodish, I'm having a blast on my kinetic blast Trickster. With Perma now. Two Abyss or 3 Abyss work. You do want some sockets in there. Yeah, I mean on anything without the mastery it's too much pain. The only reason we can do it is the mastery. But I expect that if they remove the mastery, people are gonna start auto-clicking. Which will result in bans, but it's still gonna be so lucrative, people just make a secondary account and do it on that. That's my expectation. I hope I'm wrong. But if they only remove the caster mastery, that's gonna be the result. Yep, that should work, Ryujin. Ah, that could also be. I don't feel this mastery. I don't think it's good. I think I'm... Let's see if that is a difference. Wow, why are the blades on top of her? What do I do? 1936. 1826. So I lose 100 int, which is losing me damage, and I gain 600 ES. Uh,
The choice is yours. Let's not drag this out. If it means that much to you, fine.
Gotta see what happens next league. For this league, I'm having a blast. I'm gonna continue, just like I've done the past 2 weeks at this point. Blast, upgrade, blast. Pretty sure that Abyss trapped itself down here. Ting. Another divine for me. I got over 300 divines at this point. Yeah, 313 divines dropped this league. Almost as many as I got exiled. What's with that? Hey, Tabula. How far is this abyss gonna travel? This abyss is doing half a world journey. Do you like to just be fast and explosions, or do you want survivability? Oh, round I would go in stack. Something like I have here. High energy shield, piss damage reduction with several layers. Evasion. I'm not a fan of just throwing a Swollen on a build. If you use a Swollen, you need some form of recovery on block. You need to make something out of your blocks. So that when you get hit, when you don't block, you can recover from that hit. And most Swollen builds just get blocked, get Swollen, and that's it. I'd rather use a rare shield with recover ES on block or something. Or I use Swollen with the node recover life on block. In that case, I think Swollen is good. Otherwise, I would just not go Swollen. Because while it is theoretical EHP boost, it's just in the sense of averages. In the actual gameplay, if you don't block, you die. With my Icicle Mines, I used an Ailment Merc. So you want a Merc that gives you Zeal Tree or Ref. No wait, Ref is more lightning with attacks. We don't have base lightning. Actually, I think the best thing you can do is a Flamelink Merc. He gives a lot of flat damage. Evasion and block over evasion, and evasion over over just block. Mujinator, I appreciate the follow. I don't have the exact Merc. I'm gonna show the Merc that I recommend for Icicle Mines. So, my opinion, best three mercenaries are Fallen Revenant, Frost Ambusher, and Eruptor. Revenant obviously for Doyani, Rev Zeal Tree, or Rev Rallying Cry. The Frost Ambusher with Skitterbot's Grace, and you will use the belt that applies Scorch, then you would give him the gloves that apply Zap, and then you just have an Ailment mercenary that just applies a bunch of ailments on enemies. So they have Chill, Shocked, Scorched, Zapped. And then you give him Brittle Brute, so they also could apply Brittle, and you just walk over the boss, spawn them there, and then you dash away, and then every element is on the boss, and you just do damage if you have tamings.
Need some.
Or, if you don't like that, you could use a Flame Link Merc. You give him Flame Link, which gives you flat fire damage. So, you just gain a bunch of flat damage from this one. Use a Twink level 4 Warden to 70. You have 45 diffs in stash and was wondering is it possible to start KB with that. 100%. My Kinetic Blast Warden started with a 10 to 15 divine budget and farmed up a headhunter on its own with beast farming and harbinger farming. Actually, not fully correct. We did have a headhunter and I just started using it while I was doing beast and harbinger farming. But in the time until I used it, I already farmed up like 40, 60 div with that during harby farming. So you can get it easily started on a low budget and it scales so incredibly well with budgets. The more you put in, the more amazing the build's gonna get. Alright, just start with the lowest version and work yourself up. I think with 45 div, make the initial version and then grab a headhunter. And from there you can start farming. And Sulita's charged, and we're zooming. It feels so good. It's insane how good Sulita is. I lost like 200 int from not having a Kalandra's touch. But just having Sulita on the build is insane attack and cast speed. Like my Kinetic Blast can go down all the way to 0.1 attack time. That is worth so much. And it's so easy to scale it up once you understand how it works. Be right back. That was the door. Oh, Tig, just as I pressed escape again. What a timing. That Abyss is pulling itself in a dead end. That's not good. Because that means we get less hordes. Now I understand why Ziggurat is the best map for Abyss. It's a square. Meh. I wonder if you can one-shot Lucia if you do enough damage. Or Lucia. Yo. Nope, there can be another Abyss on this map. I found everything. feel like if I upgrade my gear a little bit more, I can reach the 20k ES. And 2k int. Find another like 500 diff though to make that. But hey, that's okay. We're here to invest currency into the build.
By the ire of innocence, this choice carries weight. Show no weakness. Ah, the code is clear. It is forfeit. Your reckoning is at hand.
Now I need my sticks, and they're up again. And that easy. Takes a second, maybe two, and I'm instantly at full Sulita again. Oh dang, I actually died. Yeah, I expect to die there. Ghosted, huh? Don't think that matters, so... Wow. As long as I can hit, I'm fine, but if I can apply the first hit, I can tank. Huh? Hey, yo, my portals!
Predictable heretic.
So, wait a second, we need to define this differently. The single target of Kinetic Blast actually isn't that bad. Obviously, it's heavily enhanced by using the... It's heavily enhanced by using a Doyani Merc, obviously. Those are beyond powerful, right? That said, it is not as... How to phrase it? It's not as bad as it looks. In PoE, we are looking at one projectile and one explosion. What happens in-game is we get a hit, an explosion. Tornado hit, so this means another explosion. So that's already 2 explosions. The return, then the return explosion. There's at least 5 hits we get in with the Kinetic Blast. And then the question is if explosions overlap because the enemy is bigger, or if explosions overlap because the returning ones can actually overlap, that I haven't tested. So we just have an incredible amount of damage that isn't PoE calculatable. I will be doing some testing on this build likely for next league start, because I feel like this is a better, or, well, not this, but Kinetic Blast might just be a better league starter than both. Because it doesn't actually have that bad of a single target damage. Why would I go for a 2120 Kinetic Blast? I barely gain anything from the 21. You barely gain... I think the attack damage multiplier is slightly higher. I gain 1% damage effectiveness. That is just not worth the effort. On a caster, 21 gems are giga important, but attack-based builds actually don't have a high priority on it. And quality is also not important because I would need another 20 quality to gain an additional explosion. The reduce ring is mandatory if you want to have a Coiling Whisper. If you want to have the Soul Eater variant. This is, let's say, it's powerful, but it's more a fancy thing at the end than you need to get this started. If you look in the on PoE Ninja on the previous days on this build, I did not have this. I just crafted that ring tonight, or rather the night before today. So yesterday night.
If you
Infamous
knew what
many
I
shot.
would already be running.
Uh,
Time to bang me a kill. Could just shoot you.
So it's not required to have this setup. It's just a really cool thing that I don't think we can do again. So it's one of the last crafts, or well, it's one of the things I do for the final stage, for the Giga budget. You can just use a good helical ring and a Calandra's touch. I have not compared the numbers. I know that MP's has a lot of int, but I also seen that MP's build has only a lot of int. His build is basically energy shield and intelligence, meaning that his EHP, there is no buffer, no secondary defense layers. It is, if he gets hit, he tanks it with his energy shield, and if he doesn't regain his ES, he will die on the next hit. My version has a bunch of survivability layers. Like, I have evasion, I have ES on hit, I have ES leech, I have ES recovery, I have fist damage reduction, I have crab barrier. I think MP's version will have the higher damage numbers, while my version has the better gameplay feel. Especially now that I have Soul Eater.
You fall short of his mercy. The reckoning is at hand.
I can survive Elder explosions now, that's pretty neat.
Impressive, but futile. Heal and fight on. Trickster. Tricksters.
His power be known.
Would like some yellow stuff. Got the juiced up map now. Right. More brand. Where are the things at? The hyper juice map, it better give me a tink. Second league in PoE, second league TLDR. So, if you understand how to look for time to do it, that's already great. Otherwise, I would have directed you to learn that first. We are looking for double damage. Reduced damage taken by crit is need, but not needed. Percentage life early on is need, but not needed. Endurance charge on kill is need, but not needed. Percentage strength is need, but not needed. We want at minimum 10% double damage, and everything else is a great bonus to have. Great secondary stats to look for.
Let's keep it civil, shall we? You've earned it. That much, I'll admit.
No worries. There we got a tank. I couldn't go into the proximity shield. That is a death. Makes sense? Alright, then sounds like you can start blasting. No worries. Have fun with the build. If you got any more questions, as always, feel free to ask. Ah, yo! I'm not supposed to die twice there. Mooninator, I really appreciate the Prime stop. Thank you so much, buddy. Hey, we got another Abyss. Come on, one more tank map. We need one more tank. Enlightened? Nice. The first Iron Fortress I got dropped this league. Can't buy that spawn faster? Easy. Oh. Actually hit something. Bro, I couldn't even see them. I'm about to break the map. Oh no. Just slammed the ground, I almost died again. Actually, I died and then I almost died again. How ridiculous juice T17 bosses are. Like, I feel like close to nothing can tank that at this point. If the build can still not keep up with it. I can. The map is no issue now, unless some very specific scenarios. Ow, that hurts. What mod you tried to hit, MD? Oh, gotcha. Ting, my divine. Yeah, I know what you mean. Happens too often to me that the average just does not work out for me. And a puzzle box. Containment scarab. Superior hubris. Okay. That's quite some superior hubris indeed.
You stain the ground. This choice carries weight. Prove your worth. I require only faith. Nothing.
I will bathe this world in blood. Impressive, but futile. Be gone. Inevitable. You will know.
I just realized I'm still using the Awaken Fork. On these maps, I should be using Energy Leech, having more single target. Right back, bathroom. Hello. I've returned. I missed it 5 div trade, that's sad. No. I had 21. How fancy does this look now with all the chargers? Entire screen is purple. Perfect.
You don't trust me. You
Infamous
don't know about
toxiologist.
kayak.
9 chaos. Nice.
Didn't think I'd ever part with it.
Power be known!
I forgot my boat yet again. Hey, aggressive. What are you doing, buddy? Doing good. We have a permanent Soul Eater instacker now that is just zooming through T17s. D4? What's that game? I never played it. Only played D2.
Predictable, heretic.
I will bathe this world in blood. Impressive, but futile.
I mean, you don't get T17 dropped. I get all the scarabs, I get all the currency, I get everything, but I need to buy the maps and roll the maps. You can't get T17s dropped in T17. But those fragments pay for the map as long as you can run the boss every time. What am I doing in challenges, by the way? Actually doing pretty good. 2025. Because it was a bug. And the nerf has not been that bad. On this, it's basically the same. The nerf destroyed the economy. It made Chaos worthless, it made Divines worth too much, and made T17s worthless. It's okay that the bug got fixed. Otherwise the economy would have not been an economy and you might as well go SSF. Depending on the map, roughly. Some are going up for 70. Fortress is worth a lot again. Just farming fortresses is absolutely profitable, still. Makes me want to run Blight Dunes.
Hurry up and decide. Or serve you. Obey me.
I have to see what I want to farm next. I know that I can't do Abyss forever. I need to find an alternative thread that is about equally profitable. Just to bounce between the two at least. I said fun to do. Not for me. No, just in hideout crafting is no fun for me. I might do it for one day, later the next week. Or maybe early next week, have to see how much currency I have left after I make my character upgrades. Yo, we got a scepter. Yeah, it's live ES. Yo, wait, that's worth something? Cool. We take that. I thought Aurabots want mana ES, not live ES.
My innocence be broken.
Yep. Abyss farming it is. Best strat we have right now. Immediate message, huh? Except this league where they go solo or robotic, the mercenary. I still have yet to see a lock or mirror to drop this league. No more, I also have a Void Shock on Flask. I need to recraft my boots. But I used the boots with Storm Shroud. And now I still use Storm Shroud, but I got it on the Flask as well, so I can upgrade my boots next time I craft. Which is either gonna be tonight or tomorrow night. We use Storm Shroud for elemental avoidance. I don't have a regex command. I don't really have a regex. I just roll for high maps. High currency, high scarabs. I can give my regex, but it's... I don't think a lot of people should copy it. Because I ignore all mods. I just run the map. Either you roll 100% Scarab plus and then any 70 plus currency. You roll 200 plus Scarabs or 200 plus 170 plus currency. That's a puzzle box.
Choose to fight. If you now, it's not often I lose. Suppose that.
I will bathe this world in blood. Impressive, but futile.
Of his mercy.
The untargetable face part is annoying. Oh, I suppose would be really easy. I have one more tink in this map. Wiedersehen sehen Sie nichts. Dun, 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 dun. Really? For me, the scarab maps always feel better loot-wise than the currency map. But then you said it wrong. I think you said, I think you intended to say currency. If I roll a more currency map, I will run it, because overall those still are worth it. But I prefer to roll more scarab. Because those have always stable loot. While currency can be big or go home. No, Scarab is just harder to roll than currency. You're more likely to roll good currency maps. Keep in mind that this regex isn't an automatically you should run these maps. You cannot have a proper regex for the more currency things. So I'm highlighting anything that's 100 or 200% or more currency or scarabs. You still need to check. I only would run 190 combined if scarab is 100. Or 190 plus currency. $130, 140 currency, 100 currency, no. Just scarab, no. Yo, 2 divines, 1 box. 536 more currency map. You want me to gamba your cards? I can give it a go. No guarantee. Let me finish the map. Boy, that's a good question. I'm pretty sure at this point I'm about 2k divines into the build, but it could just be more already. There's gonna be one of two things happening now. Either I'm gonna use my bad luck on his apothecary card, resulting in my bad luck be gone, I might get more loot on my map, or I'm using up all my luck on his and I will not get anything in the rest of my maps today. You cannot do a similar than this iteration for 400 divines board. You can do an earlier iteration I've done for 400 divines easily. You can easily get the Nemesis Elemental version going on a 1, or Data if you don't like tinctures. And from there you can farm up the currency for the rest. But I would not... I would not start with Trickster CI with that budget level.
I am the judgment of innocence, made manifest. The judgment is yours to make. Prove your worth. It is forced.
Yep. Warden has the damage, but not really great survivability. We're gonna be making with just barely enough survivability. Deadeye has less damage than Warden, has a bit of quality of life, but not really a gain in survivability. The Trickster has the survivability, but you need the damage, and for that we need the gear. We want a proper instacker wand, we want proper clusters and everything, and that just is exploding the scope of your 400 div budget. I would not go with a budget. I mean, I know lowest in quotations here, but with a budget of that, I cannot recommend Trickster. You can give it a go if you really want to, but I expect the experience to not be as good because you're gonna be lacking the damage.
You will know pain. I will bathe this world in blood. Impressive, but futile. You know this.
Hello, Betsy. How are you doing? Alright, bud. Sacrifice up to half a stack of divination cards to gain double. Well, nothing happened. Nothing happened. And it's gone. I knew it. The double nothing happened. That is the... Oh, what? What the... I need to do more? Oh god. So you want me to use your divines to buy more life force? Do you want me to put both at once? Or one? 2 or 1? Both at once, 1 click. And we're down to 1. Do you want me to stop? Or you want to... Why are you doing this? You... Oh no. And we're down to 1 again. I did 1, yeah? There was no spam clicking, it was 1 more click. What do you mean I'm too scared? It's his card. I don't want to delete the currency of others. Because I know what was gonna happen. I'm sorry, buddy. One down to 0. That hurts. That's why I don't do gambits like that. I know what's gonna happen when I try them. Oh. Always gonna be against the odds. Gonna get some Surita stacks. And we're powered up. Alright, next time I'm gonna act like we're gonna win. Next time I'm gonna act like everything's gonna be fine. We're not about to delete 100 divines or something. But in all those clicks, not one went positive. It's just, what are the odds? In that sense, I'm an ethical gamer. All I do is play the game to make my currency. No flipping, no profit crafting. Craft my gear, sell old gear, make new gear, repeat. After I run maps to make the currency for it. Oh, I was reading too slow. But you didn't listen to what I said. I said you're supposed to first play normally and later trade. And what you did, you was trading immediately. So, I take no responsibility for immediate trading when I say trade later. You bored? Hi, bored. Thought bored was somebody else in chat. You could always walk around the block, get some fresh air, touch some grass.
Target in sight.
I'm pretty sure I made like 100 divines now just with selling these maps. Maps I would have never run anyway that are just really well rolled on rarity, rarity and pack size. Used by the magic finders or the rarity farmers. You're not supposed to one-shot me. Ah, yo! My portal.
Impressive, but futile. Inevitable.
Those are 8 mod T16.5 that are no longer able to drop like that, or very rarely can they still drop like this, because those are T17 mod exclusive. They just really giga rolled. It's like, here. 200 rarity, 50 pack size. And then, okay on the mods for those rarity farmers to do them. 5 diff for one of those. I just have this tab listed. If they sell, they sell. If they don't stop selling, they stop selling. I don't really care at this point anymore. Those are just all my old 16.5 maps that are 8 mods. I run the ones I wanted to run, and the rest I just leave there. Exclamation mark wonder for the base build, or exclamation mark update for the DCI Instacker version. The Trickster update is still in the work. I will release that one on Friday, on Monday. Another 5 diff. Here we go. 280 rarity, 50 pack size, and gone. Oh, double tank.
Let his power be known.
Hey, another puzzle box. We take those. I wonder at what price nowadays it would be worth to open. Go ahead and ask a question, SK. Oh, I died. Nope, if you have 102 chance to avoid, you have 100 and above chance to avoid is enough to not be affected. Just wanted to do something. What was it? What I just wanted to do. King's March. I don't care that the map is open. I'm quickly setting up my King's March before I forget yet again.
Oh, good. More work. No, just leave the shipment there. It's not like it's gotta go out today or anything.
Does the port matter on this actually? Nah, I'm just gonna send it here to be on the safe side.
They're on their way.
Right. Corn needs to catch up, so let's produce just corn for a bit. Divine. What was the important question I missed, Betsy? When did you even ask that? Ah, there. No idea. Purple? I never... No, not really. I never wore makeup in my life. I don't plan to start. My sister isn't here. I can't ask her. I don't think I should, Betsy. How about no? You can give Magic the Gathering advice between maps. What do you mean? An audience with popcorn laughing their ass off as I try to do that? I bet you would be laughing your ass off if I would do that. So how about a no? Always making fun of Mr. Streamer. Nope, Betsy wants me to give makeup advice in between maps. Indeed, Indoc said. I can tell you, Betsy, to wear a t-shirt and a pants. That's what I do. Yeah, you would watch. With a bowl of popcorn in your lap and laughing your ass off. I'm fully aware what you intend to do.
Approach, challenger.
No idea. Aren't there a couple female streamers on Twitch around that you surely do like only makeup channels that you can ask? I bet there even even male streamers that do just makeup channels at this point. Surely you can ask any of those. To core of the Sinless. Huh. Bottled face diff card. Didn't even knew that exists. Actually, I think I know that exists. Didn't know that it drops here. Today I learned. Is glittering expensive at this point? Glittering is cheap, holy.
Think your God's watching? I once preached mercy. The
Infamous Storming Zealot. 9 chaos. Easy chaos.
thrifty of all I have left.
I even know what half did he?
Inevitable. Be gone.
Worthy.
See, Betsy, there's the person you can get your fashion advice from. In Docs, it got you covered.
You will know pain.
You're not targetable. Phase.
I will bathe this world in blood.
Hey.
Impressive but futile. Inevitable.
Predictable. Heretic.
Swift death.
No dodging here.
Storm and calm.
Fancy getting all fancy. Fair, fair. If it's too warm, you could just celebrate in a giant freezer for like a restaurant or something. Surely that's cold enough. You'll be there or you're going to somebody else's birthday in Dockset? Well, wish the person you're going to happy birthday from me. From the random streamer from the internet. Two-month savings. That's a lot of savings, Betsy, for a pair of shoes. Sounds perfect in Dockset. Fair, fair.
Well,
When do I get a mercenary that has something good? It's like Ritual League, where at this point there's an argument to just skip it. But they're fast enough that it's worth checking. Oh no. How did he react? In a good or in a bad way? Maybe you blasted too much music and now you're half deaf. Too much heavy metal. Yo, duped box. And duped exalt. Now just getting me a duped mirror. At least a divine. +2 to lightning? Oh my god. And also it's good because of the massive minus dex on it though. How the heck did you manage to keep your earplugs going for 5 years? Those small... Like, the quality of them is usually so low they don't last a year.
You fall short of just
You will not pay. I will bathe this world in blood. Blood is temporal. Amount of my mind.
Ah, come on.
Impressing but futile. All of this is so followable.
Alright. Where's Strand? Where is deluded? I couldn't dash. Huh. Interesting. And another map setting for 5 div.
A swift choice speaks well of you. On guard! Very well. What was mine is now yours.
Always these grasping lines. I'm grasping bind, immediately again grasping bind after a dash. And then there are several dot effects that spawn on top of me. That's no fun. The first map in a while is actually an issue. Hey Isaac, how you doing, buddy? The ring I made? You mean this one, the Soul Spiral? Yeah. I decided against Spider. Spider would have been a little bit of damage, which I felt like I had enough, and grab his survivability. That's 12% physical damage reduction.
You will know pain. I will beg this
You doing grow?
blood.
Build's doing great. I just did a massive upgrade yesterday. The ring I just highlighted. It is a delve mod fractured onto a heist base, which I then crafted and used a reflecting mist on to mirror it, making the delve mod negative and the other mods positive, resulting in permanent Soul Eater on my build. Soul Eater gives me 45% attack speed, cast speed, and character size. Actually, I think it's more. It basically gives me a crazy amount of attack speed. And also my shield charge gets crazy fast, so I can move through a map quickly. So each characters and monster gain 5 attack, cast, and character size. So this means at 45 stacks, that's 225% increase attack speed. I swapped to CI when I had just the wand. I made my own helical, and I made a simple, not a simplex, but a simpler amulet, just awakened orb, the two mods I wanted, the attributes and intelligence together. Then I went CI. While CI, I farmed up the currency for the simplex, and then for the mage blood swapping to a shadow, to a trickster. I could use mirroring, Calandra's touch, and copy this and gain another like 200 intelligence. But the 200 intelligence, all it does give me is giving me a little bit of extra flat and percentage damage. While what I did gives me so much attack speed, I can zoom through maps at an incredible pace. Like if I just did it, yeah. So if I just have a strand here, I do absolutely nothing, just gonna be zooming through.
Approach, challenger.
And done. 20 seconds to rush through a strand. $20. No, it's not action speed because action speed is a multiplier. It's an increase. It is an increase, but it doesn't give me movement speed. But if I use a movement skill that scales with attack speed, it helps. I'm curious. I have a good amount of currency, right? What does what does Wealthy Exile say? Wealthy Exile puts me at, yeah, okay. I made, in the last 2.5 hours, I made 30 diff an hour. Not bad. Alright, I wanna try something. How expensive is an audience? I want 10, 14 divines. I'm thinking of running the audiences as Light of Meaning is, Energy Shield Light of Meaning is still going up, and it's not that rare. We have, let me calculate this. We have a 1 in 5 to drop, so that is, let's calculate it with being 1 divine for the sake of it. That's 5 div. We then have 1 in 15, so it's a 75 chance to drop, to be the one when you ID it. What do unID'd Light of Meaning go for? Where's unidentified? There. Unidentified goes for 8 div. Okay. Uh, okay. Maybe it's not worth it. Most of them are just barely around unID. There seems to be a few outlier only. I have an idea. Can I do this? Alright, so we're not gonna be doing King of the Mist. I think I'm just gonna buy it. The odds are not in our favor. Unless we get Giga lucky. It is quite annoying to roll these. I rolled mine with Reforged Defense, trying to force in either all attributes or intelligence, and I got 2 decent ones out of it. They're not perfect, but they're good enough. Energy shield, all attributes, intelligence, increase effectiveness. No attack speed, you need int and all, energy shield, and increase effect. So, what I was curious about, how good is this? It gives a little bit of stats. But if I do that, I need to drop this, and then it doesn't become worth it. Alright, what if I... Not enough. Not enough. Okay. All attributes is not giving me enough. Unless I get corrupted blood immunity on it now. No. Well, interesting. I wanted to give it a go. Okay, Smite is different. That's fair. So, in your case, actually, for attack speed, you want to do Reforged Speed on the Harvest Bench, guaranteeing the attack speed. So you just need to get lucky and roll the others. So, I want to upgrade my gear. Do I want to upgrade now? No. I don't think I want to upgrade now. But this means I need something to run now. So I'm gonna try myself at some bosses. I need a change from Abyss. Let's see how bad or how good my build is at Uber Cyrus. I forgot to swap my gem. I'm still using Awakened Fork.
Did you really think
I need to swap that out on the next one.
Cirrus, please, we want to help you. Don't do anything hasty.
Destroying you is as easy as flicking a pest.
No! Kirak!
How boring and small.
you want the Atlas? Take it. It's yours. But Orith, I will burn to the
ground. Perhaps the suffering of my fellow citizens will finally stir something.
Itself.
What's this? A real talent. You've finally caught my attention.
This city is nothing. Glorious waves! You are
The
nothing.
others found strength in your projection. They became reliant.
Yeah, damage is there.
This city is nothing.
Question is the survivability for the final phase gonna be there? And is Cyrus worth it even?
Obliteration. You are nothing.
Life interesting enough to warrant all this pain.
Why run? What's the point? Obliteration.
On the edge of death, my heart races. I am alive.
Everlasting fire.
Lol.
I'm sorry. Cirrus, this was all my fault. I'm sorry.
So Osiris is easy on this build. What is drops? He has a chance for the boots, chance for the ring, a low chance for Oriath and a Savior, and a 1 in 5 for Awakener Orb. What am I paying for a Fragment? Fragments are worth near nothing. Okay, like 30. So one attempt is less than a divine. Eh. Bracers drop talent value. Reality fragments are beyond expensive, it's crazy. Don't feel like I really want to do bosses. It just looks not good. Are we going back to plan A? Light. There has to be a way I can make it work. We drop beyond. Instead grab the notes that make Blight interesting. What else we want? We want these. We want that. Alright, so we... There. We grab dunes. We quality dunes. Grab Blightheart. Invigoration. Risk. Question is, Blightheart? Invigoration, or do we try and go for a Titanic glittering line? Because we should be able to keep up to 400 rarity with that. Gonna try one like these first and then see from there. Alright. Let's see.
Stay sane, exile.
Grip of the infinite.
Oh, this map rolled volatile. That's not good. Random Divine Orb, we take those. Alright, let's see how bad it is.
Grip of the infinite. Struggle, strangle.
Where do you think you're going? And now we hope I live. I mean, kind of good that we don't see anything. Because if we would see something, it would be absolute screen clutter. Oh, there was nothing to hit for a moment.
Grip of the infinite. I bend to my will.
Huh. That didn't feel that great.
Tight tether.
Oh, go on.
Struggle or strangle.
Let me... Alright. Let's try again. Wait, before we go in. Each empowering tower. Does imbue tower... Wait, I want to... I need to swap this one. Okay. That's expensive, but we're gonna give it a go. Ring anoints. Verdant black.
Ahoy there!
Well, what we don't do to test stuff out.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
But does invigoration count as... Yes, okay. We're gonna find the blight. Find the boss.
One first impression. Try not. The choice is yours. If you need to die, die quick. A swift end. Have it then.
My innocence be broken.
Where the heck is the blight, though? I'm on the right tree. Huh? I only have an 88% chance. Are you kidding me? And it rolled to 12%. That is so hilarious. Hey, Green Life. Yeah. Wow, I had a 12% chance to not gain a blight. And that happened. Okay, need to fix the tree then. That's a waste of a map. Well, we are here to test.
Perhaps your intentions are good. So are mine. It makes no
There's
difference.
Cassia, there are my shrines. Kill the map boss. Give a map a quick look through. Grab the shrine. Doing amazing. How are you doing, buddy? How's the league been treating you?
I'm of House Kyaxon. Even a Kyaxon still honors the ready to die. It's better in my hands. There's no two ways about the law.
We got buffed up. We have an 8-lane blight. It's going in all the directions. That's got awful.
Put out you mycelium! You brute!
the boss lane. We need to secure that one first. Now put as many empowerings as we can. Hey, hey, that's my pump. Get away from it. Why are there so many goats? Oh, come on. Man. I lost track of it for 1 second and suddenly everything was getting close to it. There's a node that makes one lane only spawn bosses. Then I use a scarab that makes me spawn countless enemies. The issue is that we just burned 300 chaos on the scarab. And I didn't manage to finish 2 of them. That is so unfortunate. It looked good for a moment and then it didn't. Because suddenly everything started moving. Do I want to give it another go? Kind of do. I really want to make Blight work. I'm gonna give it a different kind of goal. When we do Blight, we get a crazy late. We get glitterings. And we use Titanics. Let's see how that works. I got enough dunes, I just stacked them up. And try this. Alright, let me try again. I need to find something that isn't Abyss.
Prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
I actually dropped the timeless. I'm not using it at all. But if I am still using it, I would use the same. I've been running Abyss for the past 2 weeks. I need a change of color. But I still have so high crafting goals and I need the currency, so it needs to be... I need to find something that's entertaining, that's fun to run, that utilizes my build setup well, because I'm pretty fast now, so I need something that I can utilize my speed on. Influence, I tried influence packs today, that just did not feel great. So now I'm trying I tried Breach. Breach also had its issues. So now I'm trying Blight.
Judgment pass.
So now as long as I don't die, we're good. This is kind of fun, but the question is it rewarding? One divine. One silver oil. Bunch of small oils. But the uniques is the question. How many uniques did we get? I will check in a moment. Yeah, but this is my build. That is Kinetic Blast. So we had a ton of rarity on this map. The question is, do we see a ton of uniques now? We're crashing. Okay. Hmm. And that is where we get back to the issue. It does not feel quite worth it to go the rarity line. We got one divine out of the map, which isn't bad, but it's not neither really good. The blight lane is not affected, but the blight reward wasn't really affected by it, so we are back to we want to try the invigoration. The rarity version does not feel good. I would rather have a rarity farm. So what else can we do? I mean, we could use Titanics. Let's see. I'm gonna try one more blooming in a bit, but I think I'm first want to try Titanic Scarab of Treasures. PoE graphics at its finest.
My mistakes your own.
I paid one divine for my timeless. But keep in mind to not look specifically for my number, Isaac. Look for one that gives the benefits. So we rush to the boss. We hit enemies. We stack Sulita up. We are now zooming. Boss is down. We grab the shrine effects. We grab... I need to swap to Exarch again. There are too many downsides on the Eater. That took a while, Betsy. Did it took like an hour?
My blade.
Place a portal. Place the portal here. Chill, chill. Fizz. Chill. Power.
Grudging exile.
That's the boss lane. We block that up. Where do you think you're going? Buff me up. Proximity shields, huh? Get a cage here then, just in case.
You fall short of
What the heck killed me? Hey, let me move over here. Hey, Matthias. Doing fine. Just blasting. And testing. Upgrade everything that is done. How did that feel? That did... Medieval game, I appreciate the follow. Oh, 2 divines, never mind. 2 divines might be worth testing more. And a prime. Thank you so much, Medieval Gamer. Deadeye to Warden. In all honesty, the Warden I feel is better than a Deadeye and needs less budget than a Deadeye. We got 2 divines with rewards. This might be worth testing again if those divines were just random because we killed a ton of enemies. Or were actually
If you dare.
from the rewards. Keep in mind that this is a very late game version that you will not be able to compare yourself to with a 40 div budget. I have invested way beyond 2,000 divines at this. No, maybe not way beyond, but expect about 2,000 divines for my current stage. I've invested a lot into the build. I'm going to test this again. This didn't feel that bad. Got a T0. And a bunch of divines. Okay, Betsy, I get it. I want to test. Right, we had a high currency roll the map. Invigoration. Let's try this one more time. Let's try this again. I was very happy with my initial Warden version. For 15 Divines, it blasted T17s without issues. Got a Headhunter, it blasted with Nemes, with some changes, some investments. Awaken GMP. It started blasting 60.5s without issues. I started with Blights and later moved on to Abysses. It died here or there, of course. It wasn't by any means immortal or unkillable. It died quite a lot, actually, because we mainly focused on damage early on, but it got me to the point where I was able to focus on defenses. You can check out my video on it and see what you think. Right, I wanted to swap influences. Alright, we are buffed up. Let's try this again. Please be a good layout. Don't go in all directions. What the actual... Why would you do this? Every single time. There's the boss lane. We need to secure that ASAP. Why are you already going through? Come on. At least give me time to do something. Bah! This is gonna be annoying. If I don't get a proper lane set up. I mean, we seem to get the loot, but still. I wanna properly push this. If I can place the lanes down before I get swarmed, like I had one freeze tower there and they directly just run past it because the freeze tower needed to care about 3 lanes. I didn't have the space to put more. Alright, so we're gonna need to do a few changes. First, we're gonna do Exarch instead of Ether Altars. This saves us a point, and Exarch is actually better. Because we can mitigate the downsides more easily. I mean, for me at this stage. Also gonna be taking this node. I don't think I need settlers. I like shrines on the map. They buff me up. They make the initial phase easier until I have the stuff placed. So we're gonna be trying again with this tree. Surely there's a way I can make this work. Should likely roll more than 3 maps at a time. Alright, we rush the boss. I forgot to swap the influence, so we're not doing any... I mean, if I keep getting... Alright, let's collect the...
Stand at the crossroads. Your valor is big to measure. I require only
shrines. Okay, we do not count any of the existing drops towards the Blight, because those didn't drop by the Blight. Alright, okay, we got a good lane this time.
Without you, my failure. You brute.
Alright. I have control still. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare move past me.
let his
Alright, this time I got everything placed. I personally really like Warden over Deadeye on low budget. For the single reason that tinctures are free damage. And Deadeye has more quality of life than damage on its ascendancy. Chain is not direct damage. We can get Chain, we can use the splitting instead with the Fury Wolf. 2 additional projectiles, Fury Wolf. Again, just solved it directly. Far shot we don't need, we use point blank, solved. Tailwind. Tailwind is the one thing that need to upgrade. That did not feel great. That's not good. The map felt good. But the Blight didn't. Maybe it's Breach after all what I need to run instead of Blight. Alright, what do you want me listed at? There's one like it for 100 div. If we ignore the all attributes, we're looking at 20 to 40. Depending on the last suffix. I don't know, there's one listing. Alright. I guess I can start at 70 and I can go down. The minion players. Minion players always have currency. Yep, I will try. Alright. Let's try this one more time. There has to be a way to make this work. Buff up, charge through.
Choose quickly. You die here.
Another shrine. Sounds good. Quantity rarity. We can't use that downside. We do take map dupe even if Meteor kills us. We can take this. Okay. This is a horrible setup. I'm gonna be in pain. Gonna give each lane a double freeze at first, just to be on the safe side, in case I don't get anything after. Here we do those two. Is this for real? I barely have any places to put invigoration towers on. And the map has drowning orbs. That's no good. Well, I guess I'm only buffing the boss lane. Oh, there's one. What is going on? Why is everything getting close here? You're not supposed to get close. Get back to your portal. Hey yo. Get back to your portal. Why is this one going through so hard? Alright, please be good. I spent a lot of money on this. One fortress. That is not good. I guess most died on their spawn. Right, okay, I need to change the way I place my towers. I need to let them walk a bit onto the lane so they're actually affected by the empowering turrets. Otherwise, I don't get the loot bonus. You did get a fortress. It didn't do, but we did get a fortress. I'm allowing myself another attempt. I mean, there's tainted quality. 45 RT. How much is that? Oh, yeah, that is something. You rush the boss.
You stand at a crossroads.
Oh, cool.
Choose wisely.
Fallen Revenant with Zeal Tree Wrath. Do I want to swap mine in case I do a caster build at some point? No. No, I don't think I will.
The judgment is yours. Show no weakness. Take it then.
Alright, please give me proper lane setup. Okay. So I'm gonna do the following. I'm gonna place Chill here and here. I'm gonna empower them first. I think that should be way better. Alright. Okay, this works. I need to try one more. If the loot here does not feel good, I'm gonna try one more where I leave the turrets at tier 3 instead of tier 4. And see if that map feels better. Maybe we are not allowed to put them to T4. Because it changes the name from Freezing Tower to Invigoration Tower, and then it doesn't count anymore. Alright, I'm gonna try one where I set him to 3 next. Feel like I might be onto something. Not yet, we are still in a testing phase. But I'm not... I don't think I'm losing money, at least at the moment. Alright, and we try again.
What do you hope to find here?
Devastation is all that awaits.
Power divine.
We don't count that towards the Blight. That's not a downside we will take. That's a downside we will take. Oh, cool. Name is Sia. A good indicator if it's working should be that we get fortunate diff cards, because we kill a lot of enemies with a lot of additional reward quant. Alright, we hope we get a favorable layout.
Make your choice.
We wait for these things to vanish.
Right between the eyes. Wrath in code. You beat me, you claim it.
Okay. So we're gonna freeze here, here, and here. And empower, 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 empower. That needs to be upgraded to reach those. Drowning orbs, that's good to know. Those go past, so we need another freeze tower here. Those bosses want to directly go to the pump, that's not good. No. Why drowning orb? Alright, I need to avoid drowning orb, and I think I need to avoid volatile for Blight. I don't... This is not good. We're about to lose the Blight. The loot has been a lot better. Okay, we are onto something. It's not T4 tower we need, it's T3 tower. Stop with... And the issue was the drowning orb. Okay, okay. Maybe. Maybe this is working. Alright, that's 3 more maps to test with. Yes, we applied. We pick up the shrines. Hey, early puzzle box, we take those. I still need to change my gem setup. For Blight, I do not need a fork. So here it's pretty simple. We just gonna make those freeze now. And everything else on power. Hmm?
Geschrieben, ob du bereit wärst.
Mycelium! You root!
make a call. End of the line. Fair's fair. It's yours now.
Hail.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
Let his power be known!
Make your dance. Prove yourself. Down. Fight.
I'm still muted. I'm breaking them too much. My mercenary died in this one though, that was beyond deadly. I don't think we're making minus. We are going even right now until we can stably do them. Oh. Cool. Do I have any left? No. Lightheart. Invigoration. 2. Before I forget, I need the damage. I don't need the pen, I need the damage. So we're rolling this for 1 red, 3 blue. Cool. Oh wait, we're rolling 2 red, 1 green, 3 blue. What the heck? There we go. Alright, this might be the last attempt today.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
Oh, that was already the boss, bro. I didn't even notice. Okay. Definitely has to be chill. And this one has to be chill. And this one has to be chill. We can do 3 empowered here. This is chill, this is chill, this is chill, empower. Empower, empower. Kill some bosses. And I died. Cool. Hey, Alp. Hey, what are you doing, Goat? Why is my mercenary dead again? That's not okay. Jesus, what is hurting me here? Alright, as long as I don't die now. This is the meteor that's killing me. Okay, I can't take meteors. Oh, that was stupid. I shouldn't have unfrozen them. They can still walk through. No, they are taking damage very, very slowly. Because I don't have my Merc. For the lightning pen. What the heck? Try to spawn minions on me. I won this round. Just perish. Okay, surely this has to be good loot. No, no. We needed good loot. For how much we just killed, for how tanky those were. That is not acceptable loot. Like, 3 Fortunates are not gonna cut it. Alright, one more test then. saw blades. We gonna ignore saw blades.
Stay sane, exile.
Difficult, difficult. Don't want to take anything that actually affects me.
As you will. I offer no resistance. Death it is then. Ah, it seems I misjudged them.
I forgot Pierce Craft on my helmet. That's why I had issues there.
Be broken!
Alright, can those explosions go? Perfect. Portal. It's a 3-laner. Okay, that's a very difficult 3-laner. Empower. 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 Freeze, freeze. Freeze. So this can't be good likely, right? I could have placed this one there. I forgot the range there. I need to consider that in. Nice. That has to feel good. 8 out of 10. That's a insanely good odds. A good raid. That is some very devastatingly bad loot. Blight could be so good, but it feels way too irregular.
There is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
Well, what come here to pay?
By his grace, it is done.
Alright, please don't be in all directions. Okay, we can work with this. But we're gonna start with an empower here. We for sure gonna be trees here, here, and here. It's the first 4. What a bonus freeze here and here. What the heck was that? I just got nuked while I tried to place turrets. Yo, what the heck is this? Can't even react.
We carry his destiny.
Right, I might have stabilized. I did not stabilize. That would be amazing, Kasuke. Proximity shields. Would you just not kill me again? I really want to win this. Gamba bad. Two puzzle boxes, 2 divines. Okay, this one felt great. If every other is like this, then we are zooming. And the boat is there, just in time. Okay, now this one felt good. What we had here, 390 currency. And a silver oil. Okay, we might be onto something finally. Oh. Funny man, I appreciate the follow. Just in time to see the boat. Doing good. We did a bit of blasting, and now we ended the stream with a bit of blight testing, and I might be onto something. Maybe. But we're gonna open the boat, and that will be the end of the stream, because I need to make dinner. Today, it's me that makes dinner. Alright. Let's see. The few blighted maps we did made us 21 divines. Not too bad. There could be a bunch of things if you're not doing DPS at all. It could be that you don't have the setup. It could be that you, the tornado setup. It could be that you don't have the splitting correct. It could be that you're lacking your tinctures, that you're not having your tinctures up. You're lacking the Sensi, the Oath of Spring, that you're not applying the shock. It could be that your flat damage is lacking. I would need to take a look at the PoE. Alright. 17.5 million shipment, number 3. Can I finally get a mirror shot from it? I got a mirror shot from it. Hell yeah! 11 divines and a mirror shot. That's what we want to see. That is a good thing. Let's go. That's one way to end the stream. 1 proc speed. And no good tattoo though. But I got a mirror shot. I can't complain at this point.
Engineer.
Alright. Suddenly we're doing a lot better on currency. Alright. Level 72 likely means that you just don't have the tinctures yet. Post your POB on the Discord. If I got time, I take a look at it. That was one good of a shipment. And we are very close to have a second one. Tomorrow we likely can do another one. I need to change it to 3 wheat, 3 corn overnight though, and I'm gonna fix tomorrow. Everybody's here level 5 though, right? Yeah. Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'm also getting out. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the awesome conversations. I had another amazing stream. Thanks to everybody here. And I'll be back tomorrow. Why is he sleeping on the map? I'll be back tomorrow with another stream. 10 to 5 Germany time. Goodbye.